Hi, I am Karthik and you are watching my Podda KK channel, and today I will show you onion architecture overview. In my created in a web ASP.NET web application, actually I will create a user list. Okay, and it's have like it will bind of the list of the user. Also it will have add user functionality. So whenever you will click on the add user, so you can add like name, information of the user. So I'm just showing the demo, and also I will implement one by one and step by step. So please watch continue till the end. Okay, so first I will add something like Karthik Kumar, address Noida, and also username like kkp 123 and email kkp@gmail.com. Also I will use password like simple password, keep just create it. Okay, now it's great. Now you can see over here, user list is binding that user information. Okay, if you want another user, so you can just add like Karthik 1. Okay, Karthik 1, Kumar 1. Okay, KK like Noida 1, username Kumar at the rate 123, as well as Kumar at the rate gmail.com, also 123. Okay, that's a simple password. Okay, now you can see over here all list is binding. Every user you can add, so it will bind automatically. Okay, also I have implement in this session, I will implement this functionality also, edit details and delete also. So I'm just seeing the edit functionality for the demo purpose. Okay, so it will, whenever you click the edit functionality, so it will populate all that particular user, you know that particular user. Like we have a that user like Karthik Kumar is a user, so I want to edit that Karthik Kumar user. So whenever you click on edit functionality, so it will auto populate all the information of that user Karthik Kumar. Okay, so if you want to edit, okay, something like this, so Kumar and Kumar 123. Okay, so just save it. So you can see over there first name and last name actually binding on the over the name. So first name and last name has been changed. Okay, so this edit functionality is working fine. And also I will check the details functionality. Okay, so details functionality, what will do, it will show the all the information of the users. Okay, so you can't modify over the here, but if you want to edit the information of the edit something like first name, last name, or address, anything, so please click on the edit. And also I have implement these things, so don't worry, everything I will show you how to implement them, and I will how I will do that. Okay, so I just remove these things, just remove it and just save it. Okay, again you can see that information has been updated. Okay, so that's a good things. Also I will check the delete functionality. Okay, so if you want to delete of this user, so it will show you the confirmation. So if you really want to delete these things, so please you can use this button. Or if you just by default you have clicked this function, so if you don't want to delete this, so you just click on the back on list. And if you want to really delete these things, so just click on delete. So you can see over here one record has been deleted. So this all functionality I will implement in the ASP.NET Core MVC. Actually, my motive is we will demonstration and we will learn what is onion architecture and how to implement in ASP.NET Core MVC. So it will take long video, so that's why what I will do, I will create one by one, and that means part wise we will create a videos. So this is my first part.
and it will only we will show you in the overview how many points we will cover in this session. So my first point will be introduction. Introduction is nothing but and what is onion architecture. We will talk about what is onion architecture. Okay, so second is tight coupling. So we will discuss on later what is tight coupling. Okay, third one is loose coupling. Don't worry about all the points we will cover, it's just only overview, so we will cover one by one every point in a later video session. And so next is advantage of onion architecture. What is advantage, so we will discuss this point also. And next, why onion architecture, and that means why we will use this architecture, why we will not use entire architecture or 3-layer architecture. So we will cover and we will discuss also that point. And the last is the final point is the onion architecture layers. How many layers we will use this onion architecture and etc. Okay, it was only just overview. We will discuss every point in a great detail in a later video set. Hi, my name is Karthik and you are watching my Poddar KKP channel, Tricks and Technology. So my first part I will discuss overview all the points onion architecture in ASP.NET Core MVC. But today I will tell you what is onion architecture. So I will cover the first point of my overview slides in my second part of this video session. The second one is that introduction. Okay, so basically what is onion architecture? The onion architecture terms by coined by Jefflo Palermo in 2008, but has since gone under lots of other pseudonyms, ports and adapters. Hexagonal architecture and clean architecture are all different names for effectively and the same things. Okay, so basically it's the same things. And what is that? And they represent a way to structure the code that clearly separates the domain of the problem from the underlying technology that implement the solutions. Other word, we can say that this architecture provides a better way to build application for better testability, maintainability and dependability, and on the infrastructure like database and services. The architecture's main aim to address the challenging faced with 3-tier architecture or entire architecture, and to provide a solution for common problem like coupling and separate of concern. There are two types of coupling. If you are talking the coupling, what is coupling? So there are two types basically. It's we can say that. So first is tight coupling, second one is loose coupling. Okay, so these two type of couplings we will talk in my second video, third videos, and you can say my upcoming videos or my next videos. Hi, I am Karthik and welcome back again in my channel, Poddar KKP channel, Tricks and Technology. And already we had discussed onion architecture in ASP.NET Core MVC overview as well as introduction. Okay, so today I will cover both point, what is tight coupling and loose coupling. Okay, so we move in this two topic. So tight coupling, when a class is depend on a concrete dependency, it's said to be tightly coupled to that class. A tight coupled object is dependent on another object. That means changing one object in a tight coupled application often require changes to a number of other objects. It is not difficult when an application is small, but in enterprises level application it is too difficult make two changes. Tight coupling, you can see in my presentation, classes are highly dependent on one another. Okay, so tight coupling is when in a group classes are highly dependent on one another. So you can see a screen, a code snapped in my screen. So you can see an example here. It is a concrete class actually, and this scenario arises when a class assumes too many responsibility, or when one concern is separate over many classes rather than having its own classes. Okay, so you can see the example. It's have a customer repository, and I have created a database object. Okay, so that database object, what will do, it have a function, add row. Add row, that means in this database, every time a function, we will send the table and it will insert an add row. Okay, so if I assume, suppose I want to create another database, or I have a new requirement, I just want to add new database, but it is so difficult. So discuss how to resolve it. Okay, so that's it for tight coupling. We will move in the next topic, that is loose coupling. If you are not clear tight coupling, so don't worry about that. We will discuss and we will deep example in my another video, because this is a onion architecture. Actually we are focusing in the onion architecture, so we will cover in another video in separately in my channel. So two objects are independent and an object can use another object without being dependent on it. It is a design goal that seek to reduce the interdependency among components of a that changes in one component will require changes in any other components. Okay, so you can see single responsibility and separation of concern. What does mean? Loosely coupled is achieved by mean of a design that promotes single responsibility and separation of concern. A loosely coupled class can be consumed and tested independently of other classes. Look like this. Okay, same concrete class I have created, and it's have same functionality. One object, he will work on the add or update functionality in this example. So suppose I have created another database engine, so it will not impact. You can see the example. I have take a SQL database as well as I have take XML database also. So a loosely coupled class can be consumed and tested independently of others classes. Interfaces are very powerful tools used for decoupling. Also I can use this example snapshot. Classes can communicate through interface to other concrete classes, and any classes can be on the others end of that communication simply by implementing the interface. So this is enough for the loosely coupling and tight coupling, because we are focusing on the onion architecture, so we are not going to deeply lose these two concepts. But you don't worry, if are not clear, still it is not clear, we will create a separate video for these two topics in a practically example. Hi, my name is Karthik and welcome back Poddar KKP channel Tricks and Technology. And already we had discussed in three part in previous my session Onion architecture in ASP.NET Core MVC. So today is my fourth part and we will discuss this topic, advantage of Onion architecture. And what is advantage of Onion architecture? So we will discuss these points. So first, it's provide better maintainability as all the codes depend on layers or the center. And second is it provides better testability as the unit test can be created for separate layers without an effect of other modules of the applications. And it develops a loosely coupled application as the outer layer of the application always communicate with the inner layer by interface. And the fourth point is any concrete implementation would be provided to the application at runtime. Fifth point is domain entities are core and central part. It can have access to both database and UI layers. And my last and sixth point of advantage of Onion architecture is the internal layers never depend on external layers. The code that may have changed should be part of an external layer. So this is my advantage of Onion architectures. So we will see in practical manners in a later video session. Hi, my name is Karthik and you are watching my Poddar KKP channel Tricks and Technology. In Onion architecture in ASP.NET Core MVC part 5. Last session we had discussed advantage of Onion architecture. So today I will discuss why Onion architecture. There are several traditional architectures like 3-tier architecture and tier architecture, all having their own pros and cons. All these traditional architecture have some fundamental issue such as tight coupling and separation of concern. So nowadays the model view controller is the most commonly used web application architecture. It's solve the problem of separation of concern. Okay, the model view controller is the most commonly used web application architecture these days. It solve the problem of separation of concern as there is a separation between UI business logics and data access logics. So what is view? View is nothing. The view is used to design the user interface. What is model? The model is used to pass the data between view and controller on which the business logic perform any operation. Controller. The controller is used to handle the web request by action methods and returns view accordingly. So hence it solves the problem of separate of concern while the controller is still used to database access logic. In essence, MVC solve the separation of concern issue, but the tight coupling issue still remains. On the other hand, the overall philosophy of the Onion architecture is to keep the business logic, data access logic and model in the middle of the application and push the dependency as far outward as possible, means all coupling towards to center. So that's it for the by Onion architecture. Hi, I am Karthik and you are watching my Poddar KK channel and today we will discuss Onion architecture in ASP.NET Core MVC part 6 of this series, and today we will discuss Onion architecture layer. So this architecture relies heavily on the dependency inversion principle. The UI communicate to business logic through interface. It has 4 layers. Okay, now you can see the figure of my screen. Simple, they have 4 layers. Okay, so these layers are towards to center. The center part is the domain entities which represent the business and behavior objects. These layers can vary, but the domain entities layer is always part of the center. The other layer define more behavior of an object. Let's see each layer one by one. Okay, first we will talk domain entities layers. So what is that? It is the center part of the architecture. It holds all application domain objects. If an application is developed with ORM entity framework, these layers hold POCO classes, means code first approach, or ADMX, like database first with entities. These domain entities don't have any dependency others layers. Okay, so second layers is repository layer. So what is that? The layer is intended to create an abstraction layer between the domain entities layer and business logic layer of an application. It is a data access pattern that promotes a more loosely coupled approach. We had this topic, loosely coupled approach, so you can watch in my previous part also. So to data access, we create a generic repository which queries the data source of the data, map the data from the data source to our business entities, and persist changes in the business entities to the data sources. So what is third is service layer. So what is that? The layer holds interface which are used to communicate between the UI layer and repository layer. It's whole business logic or an entity, so it is called business logic layer as well. So my fourth and last one, what is UI web unit test layer. So it is the most external layers. It could be the web application or web API or unit test project, anything. These layers has an the implementation of the dependency inversion principle, so that application builds a loosely coupled application. It's communicated to internal layers via interfaces. So that's it for this session. Hi, I am Karthik and you are watching my Poddar KK channel, and we had discussed in my last video session Onion architecture layer. So today I will discuss Onion architecture project structure. So how look like our Onion architecture projector? So today I will discuss in this session. So to implement the Onion architecture, web develop an ASP.NET Core MVC application. This application perform CRUD application on entities. The application holds 4 projects. Each project represent a layer in the Onion architecture. So this is a figure how look like our Onion architecture. So we can see here the 3 libraries: OA.data, OA.repo, OA.services, and and last is our web application oa.web, or you can put here in your web API also. So these are four projects, which three are class library project and one is web application project. So let's see each project mapping with onion architecture layer. So my first is oa.data. Oa means onion architecture. So it is a class library project. It's hold POCO classes along with configuration classes. It's represent the domain entities layer of the onion architecture. These are classes are used to create database table. You can over here, you can see over here is a user profile. These are two entities, and we will create a table related to this entities, user and user profile. It is a core and central part of the application. Okay, so oa.repo, it is a repository libraries, and it is a second class library project. It holds generic repository class with it is interface implementation. It is also hold DB context class. You can see here is the repository class and here is the implementation. iRepository is the repository class and repository.cs is the implementation of the iRepository, and also here is the application.context.cs class. The entity framework code first data access approach need to create a data access context class that inherit from the DB context class. Don't worry about that, we will implementation in our next video session, one by one class library. So everything we will clear in our demo session. This project represent the repository layer of the onion architecture. Okay, so oa.services, it is a third class library of project. It's a whole business logics and interface. You can see over here we have created two interfaces and two implementation classes, and it is contain the business logics, and it will talk with the database and the UI. As it communicated via interface, it is build application that are loosely coupled. This project represents the service layer of the onion architecture. oa.web, it is an ASP.NET Core web application in this sample, but it could be unit test or web API project. It is the most external part of an application via which the end user can interact with the application. It is build loosely coupled application with inbuilt dependency injection in ASP.NET Core. It represents the UI layer of the onion architecture. So if it is not clear, so don't worry about that, we will create this project one by one in our next video session.
Hi, my name is Karthik and welcome to my channel Poddar KKP Tricks and Technology. Today I will show you implement onion architecture with the demo. So to implement the onion architecture in the ASP.NET Core application, create 4 projects as described in the above section. These four projects present four layers of the onion architecture. Let's see each one by one. So first layer is my of my onion architecture is domain entities layer. So it will create a library like OA.data. So this entity domain layer is a core and central part of the architecture. So first we create OA.data project to implement this layer. These projects hold POCO classes and Fluent API configuration for the POCO classes. Let's see an practical example. So let's open Visual Studio. I have installed a Visual Studio 2019. So I will choose a create a new project. Okay, I will choose a library. It would be like class library and not this one dot net standard. It would be .NET Core like so. Search here. Yeah, here I can see the order. You can find here if you are using recently, so you can see here, or if a new open a first time in your Visual Studio, so like you can search here like class library core. Okay, so first one, it is a class library for the .NET Core. So next. Okay, so as I said previous, it would be name of OA.data, the project name. So my name is OA.data. Okay, the solution name would be onion architecture. Onion, onion onion architecture. So let's create it. It will be some time. So while the creating project, we have to wait. Yeah. Okay. So you can see over here in your project, I have created a solution, so name as a onion architecture, and my first library is a oa.onionarchitecture.data. Okay. So it it's have dependency like it needs some packages. So my first packages would be is a Microsoft Entity Framework .SQL Server. So I will install my packages from here. Manage NuGet packages. Go to browse and search Microsoft SQL Server. Yeah, this one. And you can see over the version, you can choose latest stable version. So I will choose 2.2.6. Just install it. Three packages are required here. So my first package is Microsoft.NET, Microsoft.Entity Framework, Core.SQL Server. So accept here. Okay, you can see here it's installed 2.2.6 Microsoft. Okay, so my second packages would be Microsoft.Entity Framework.tool. So again, do same thing here. Just rename of tools. Okay, again see the latest version and stable version is 2.2.6. Install it, accept. Okay, so it is enough. It is two packages for enough. But if you want use the command.NET command line, so that time you have to install another two packages. First is okay. First is .NET Core.design, and these packages also we can use as a DB first approach. Like we will use in this session code first approach, but these packages also we can use as a DB first approach. Okay, so I have installed all the packages you can see over the NuGet packages. Okay, so and entity command line tool .NET command line tool, we have to install one more packages like Microsoft.entity framework.tool.net, but we can't install here. Like we can see the example, we can show the example like Microsoft tool.net. Yeah, this one we want to use, but it yeah, you can see over there packages Microsoft tool packages.NET CLI tool that is not supported by the project QA.data. Yeah, that's why we will use another way. How I can use? Just double click on the project, and over the here we can use just item group and use .NET CLI reference. Just include Microsoft. You can copy paste here instead of time. Okay, okay, just tools dot net. Okay, with the version is 2.0.3. We can see, oh my god, we can see version here. Latest stable version 2.0.3. Okay, so okay, just okay. Finally, we have include another packages like .NET CLI tool for the .NET CLI tool reference Microsoft entity framework tool.net. Okay, so we can see what version of .NET command line tool we have installed or we have included. Like you have to write the code .NET .NET okay .ef. Oh my god, that's great. Okay, now you can see a .NET command line tool, you have to include 2.2.6. Okay, so so let's move ahead. This application use the entity framework core code first approach. So this project this project OA.data contain entities that are required in the application database. The OA.data project holds three entities. One is base entities class that has common properties that we will inherit by the each entity. So let example how we can create a base entity. So first step, remove by default generator class is class 1, delete it and add a class. Just name is base entity entity. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so make it book first. Okay, and we have to create a 4 common properties like ID, add data, modify data, IP addresses. So first I will use ID. Now my second property would be date time. Name as it is and it and it date. It is a shortcut key for create a property like prop and just two step. Just date time again and this name as it is modify sorry modify date. Okay, my last property would be address string would be okay IP addresses IP addresses. Okay, there are two more entities, one is user and another is one is user profile. Both entities have a one-to-one relationship as shown like suppose I have created another entity that name would be user. Okay, make it public first. Public and it will contain like three properties like anyone you can choose depend on your project requirement, and I would like to prop string username. Another one is email. string password. Okay, okay. Before do that, we have that base class, base entity. Yeah, and we have to add one more property, that is navigation property, like virtual user profile user profile user profile. You have to worry, don't worry. We will create another entity. Name is, let's see this. Make is public, and also base entity. Now we define configuration about the user entity that will be used when the database table will be created by the entity. The following is the code snippet, like this is a one entity and we will create another entity. Which inherit profile also. Okay, now we have to create some property like string first name, last name, last name, string addresses, virtual user user. Now we define the configuration of the user profile entity that will be used when the database table will be created by the entities. Also we have to create a one more class for the mapping. So we have to create another class, name would be user profile map, user profile map. Okay, first make it public. Okay, create a constructor first. Okay, sorry, ctor twice. It is a shortcut of the create the constructor. So we have to use entity entity sorry, entity type builder user profile okay. First bring the namespace Microsoft.entity framework core.metadata.builders. Okay, just create the configuration. Entity builder dot hash key t dot t dot it. Actually, it is create a primary key of the table in the database. So that's why we will use hash key. Okay. Second one would be entity dot property t dot first name is required. That means in the database table in this column would be not nullable and its required fields. Same as it is, I will use another property solution last name. Okay, okay, that's it for mapping. So in this library I have created 3 entities and 1 class for inherit all the entities. Okay, and the column and created table look like it would be like suppose id insert id add date, no, first id, okay, add date, copy paste. Just for understanding how will create a table look like, so I'm just showing you. Okay, modified it and IP addresses and it is inherit this class user class. So user class column, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, and this is a navigation property. It's a one-to-one relationship with the user profile. That's why we have created a virtual class. Okay, it is a user table, and another table we have created. How will create look like user profile? Okay, that class also inherit with base entities, so same four common field will create it: user profile, table, and first name, last name, address, and this user navigation property with the difference of the user profile. So okay, this is a two table will create in the database in our code first approach. So what I want to tell you is a common, I want to show you just relationship between these two table, like primary key of the user table or foreign key of the user profile table. So this is a relationship. Okay, so that's it for this UI.data library. We will come the next video session, that would be UI.repo, and that session we will create the database table. So what what requirement packages is in this UI.data is Microsoft Entity Framework .SQL Server and .tool .design and .net. Hi, welcome back again, Poddar KKB channel Tricks and Technology, and this is second part of the demo Onion Architecture ASP.NET Core MVC is a second layer of the this demo session. So in previous I have show you the first demo is a QA.entity QA.data class library. So if you're not about these things, so I especially recommend please watch my this Onion Architecture ASP.NET Core MVC part 8, and this is part 9. So now we will be create a second layer of this Onion architecture, which is repository layer. To build this layer, we create one more class library project named QA.repo. Okay, let's see in the practical example. Okay, so you can see in my previous, I have taken the previous example, and I have created a solution Onion architecture, and same I will I will create a new project this Onion architecture solution. So new project. Okay, uh, class library, next, and name would be OA dot repo. Repo means repository. Just create it. Okay, just installing. And this project hold both repository and data context classes. Okay, so the QA.repo project contain the data context, and the ADO.NET Entity Framework code first data access approach need to create a data access context class that inherit from the DB context class. So we will create a context class application context.cs classes. So just create name is it application context.cs. Okay, make it public. Okay, in this class we will be override the on module creating method. Okay, so first just create a constructor application context and db context text option application context. Okay, create an object the name of option. Okay, first I'll bring the namespace for this class. Okay, it's come from the Microsoft Entity Framework core Microsoft.Entity Framework core. So just install first. Okay, and inherit base entity the option. Okay, I have like first we have to inherit the DB context. Actually, that will create the database. It will it will tell the database to create the your entities. So in this class we override the on model creating method. So just override product. Okay, just override on module creating methods. Yeah, actually, and this method is called when the model for a context class application context. This application context has been initialized, but before the model has been locked down and used to the initialize the context, such as the model can be further configuration before it is locked down. Okay, so so the DB context must have instance of DB context options. Okay, so this one which I already created, and we will use dependency injection. So we pass the option by a constructor dependency injection. ASP.NET Core is designed for the ground to support and leverage dependency injection. Thus, we create generic repository interface for the entity operation. So first, before going to the repository classes, first I have to map these two class like user and user map. So While creating the repository project, what I have observed, I am missing something in my previous session.qa.data. And what is that? So I have corrected. So if you create entity user, so you have to create the user map class. Okay. So which is, and also if you want to navigate or you want to the foreign key, primary key or foreign key relationship, so you have to create a one more line here, like entity builder dot hash one. So one to one relationship, that's why we are using hash one. And t dot user profile, yes. And with one u dot user dot hash foreign key. And what foreign key, which column would be foreign key, like x dot okay, hash key dot user profile x as x dot id, yes. Yeah, it means hash key, create a primary key of the user profile table, and with one it is a navigate property like user property, which is I have created in our user profile. Yes, this one. Okay. And foreign key table is like id. It means user profile base entity, go to base entity, and this would be, which is we have already cleared in this is a primary key, it is a foreign key of user table. Okay, so I have to correct one user map entities and classes, and I have to create one more class, user profile map, which I have missed in my previous session. So don't worry about that. You can correct in your previous library like qa u dot o a dot data library dot cs. Okay, make it public and just create same things. So instead of time in waste of time, I will copy and paste for the user map table, such as this one. Okay, so create constructor and this, and just first to bring the namespace, this one, and set as user profile. Okay, and you have to do like create a primary key also here in the user profile table. So what you will do, entity builder dot hash key, which property you want to create a primary key, t dot id. Okay, and also you want to make it in your user profile table, suppose you want to make it nullable or null without null, so you have to create here as previous. I have show you a user map. Okay, yeah. So these kind of things you have to do again in your user mapping table. So entity builder property t t first name same as it for last name and just create is required. Okay, okay, that's it. I have corrected in our QA libraries. So let's continue with the repository layer. So we have to map here. So that to mapping property, like you have to create new user map user user. It will not come because you have to add that project. You have to include that project like qa dot this one. So before I'm going to do that, first I will bring that namespace. You can bring like this, add reference to this, so it will add, and you can just model builder dot entity and use user. Okay, so user and this. Okay, so model builder will create the entity of user in our database. So we will do same things for user profile. So user profile profile and user profile profile. Okay, that's it for this DB context. Okay, so that's it. And now we have to create, first delete of this by default generate classes. Okay, I have to create a DB context application context classes for the create the DBs and database table procedure anything. So now I will create a repository. Okay, now let's create a repository class to perform database operation on the entity which implements iRepository. Okay, so let's create another class and its name of iRepository. iRepository. Okay, make it public. Okay, this repository contain parameter rise constructor with the parameter as context. Okay, and so first off you have to create public, remove the classes, use interface and I repository. Okay, I missed the spelling. Repository, repository. Okay, just create a name, same class artist here. Okay, okay. So I have to. This repository contain the parameter rise constructor with the parameter as a context. Okay, so create t and and so t is the entity. It is a generic parameter. So whatever you have to send in your UI or any layers, so it will contain. So it is would be generic, and we will inherit here the base entity. Base entity. I think it's bring the namespace of QA.data. Yes, right. Okay. So I have created a parameterized constructor with the parameterized context. So when we create an instance of this repository, we pass a context so that entity has the same context. Okay, so I have showing you like this. Okay, now I have create the common method. I will create the common method like get all, insert, update, delete, remove. So I enumerable t t get all. Actually, it will return a collection of the it will return the collection. So that's why I'll take the enumerable. And second would be t get, and it will take a parameter long id. Okay, void, and it is a return type of the generic parameter, generic entity. And third one would be it is non-returnable type. Insert t entity. Okay, just in waste of time, I have to copy same look like insert, update, and delete. I have to create insert, update, update, and delete, delete. And remove. Don't worry about this method. I will implement in our client library. So that time we will clear why create of insert update delete on what the use of these things. Also remove, and last one save changes. Okay, okay, so I have created I repository and my I repository class. So I will create another class that it's a implemented class, implementation class. That name would be repository. So just create it. .cs public public class t just inherit I repository of t t entity entity just to bring the namespace. Okay, okay, so okay, it says we have to implement, okay, the all the declaration method in the iRepository class interface. So before we doing that, first I have to create a constructor of this repository class C2 for the injecting our DB context. So first inject application context application context, or you can use only context, or as a prefer your name, context, context. Okay, the context. Okay, just create this way. Okay, okay, I'm injecting the context class application context in our repository constructor. Okay, and I will create also entities, the set of the context. So I will do just create the private db set db set need to bring the namespace entity code. Okay, and generic T's and T T's. Okay, and just assign in the entities context set, context context dot set of the entities. Okay, okay, and just implement all the methods. Okay, it's created all the method. We have to implement it. So first I will create get all methods, get all methods here. So return entities dot single or default single or default actually. Okay, first we have to add a link queue namespace system.link. Okay, first and default as set as dot not like this. I think it is okay. Okay, not this one. Okay, this one I will use for here. Okay, such at id equal to id. Okay, get and same thing I will repeat here. Turn entities dot as enumerable. It is return collection of the object all the, and I will use another. I will implement another like insert. Okay, so if we have to check if entity, not this one, entity of the null, so throw the exception argument argument nu null exception. Exception is empty. Okay, exception. Okay, wrong place I have entered. Sorry. Okay. Okay, here entity. Okay, and I will implement here entities dot add dot your entity. Okay, and you have to context dot save change. Okay, that's final insert, and insert after that update. Yeah, this is update. So same thing we will in the same thing we will do in the update section, only few changes. So just copy and paste update. So just find out update. Okay, and the last topic, and just remove it. We don't require that section, and again we have to implement delete section. So delete section, before use the delete section we have to implement remove section. So same things in the remove section. Oh, sorry, just copy is the best of the time, copy, and just few changes required. Use remove, it will remove all the entities and it contain the parameter. Okay, okay, also done, and deletes. Okay, this is a delete section. So So delete section, what we will do, entities dot remove entities, okay, not this one, entities dot removes remove entity, not this one, entity, okay. So I think all classes has done for the implementation. So let's check one by one. Okay, delete, implement, done, insert, done. Oh my god, save changes, nothing you have to do, just create context dot save changes. Okay, okay, okay. Finally I have to implement iRepository interface as well as repository class. So I have created this library also. So we develop entity and context which are required to create a database, but we will come back to this after creating these two more project. Okay, so hi, my name is Karthik and welcome to my channel Poddar KKP Tricks and Technology. So today I will show you implement Onion architecture demo of Onion architecture in ASP.NET Core MVC part 10, which is service layer. Okay, so now we create the third layer of this Onion architecture, which is service layer. To build this layer, we create one more class library project named OA.services. Let's see an example. Okay, we haven't taken in previous project which we have implement two class library OA.data and OA.repo. Okay, we okay just need to one things need to modification actually, just name of repo repo. Okay, okay, okay. So now need to add one more library in this project, that's called is select class library .NET Core, next, and name as OA dot service. Okay, just create it. Okay, it's creating. Okay, so by default generated class we have to remove it because we will generate according to our requirement class. Okay, so this project, this OA.services, this project holds interface and classes which have implementation of interfaces. This layer is intended to build loosely coupled application. This layer communication to both like web application, which is we will generate in next video session, and also and repository project, this one. Okay, so that project will not interact with the OA.data. Oh, OA dot data database. Okay, so this project will interact the repository as well as uh, web applications, or you can API or anything. So okay, so we create in interface name as I user service. So first we have to create a class, just name, just create first class. After that we will understand what the role of this, that all the classes on these services. Okay, so first I user, we create an interface I user service. Okay, user service, and just public, make it public, and it is interface. So okay, and this interface hold all method signature which accessed by the external layer for the user entity. For example, like I enumerable number of user. Okay, so first bring the namespace. Okay, this is this one qa.data, because we have created entity of user and oa.data project, which is over the oa.data project. So just include it. Okay, and get, you can create a method as name according to you, but it's a name convention, or common things like get users. Okay, so what will do that method, get all the information of users, like list of users it will return. So that's why we are creating that interface and that declaration method. It is only signature we will implement in our another classes. So first all the signature here, like which method you want to required for the get information, or just like insert, update, delete, get. So you can put or you can create that signature here. So my another is user, get user, get user by the user ID. So just okay, my another one be insert user. Suppose you want to insert the user, so he need a parameter like entity of your user. So user, user. Okay, that's cool. Void. Okay, we have to update as well as update user. So in the update also need user entity. Okay, I'll need to last one is a delete, because user want to also delete his informations or his entity. So delete method will accept, delete user by the his ID. Okay, so that is done for the interface. Okay, now this I user service interface implement on the class that name as, okay, just create it. that will be more clear. Okay, user user service. Okay, user service. That's cool. .cs. Okay, so this user service class hold all the operation for the user entity. Okay, which we have create in the signature. Like this all implementation will be done in the user service. Okay, so make it public first. Okay, so first you have to inject your repository class here. So what you will do, you have to do first, you have to create a constructor. Okay, and this constructor inject your repository. So both repository, like suppose this user will happen two things, you know, like your user entity as well as and your profile entity. User entity as well profile entity. So we have to create and we have to inject two repository here. First off, I repository repository, okay, and repository, which one? User repository. Okay, okay, so first to bring the namespace of I repository, which class is, okay, this is under of the oe.repo. So just add the namespace and also add the oe.data namespace, and it is called user repository. Repository. Okay, is I repository contain entity, sending entity, which is user profile, which is user profile repository. Okay, we can just hit the enter so that we can see that. Okay, okay, so we have to inject, but we have to declare as a private that method. So you can use by default this one, create and initialize field user repository. Okay, now you can see over here private read only I repository user. Same thing we have to do, or you can use dynamically like this. Okay, okay, so we will inherit a user interface and we will implement all the class, all the method here like this. Yeah, it is auto generated method implementation, but we will implement according to us. Okay, so first get users, this one, so return, it will return return user repository dot get all. We need all all the all the user list, all the user entity, so that's why we will use get all. Okay, second one, return user repository dot get, and that get method accept one parameter, expect one parameter like this. So we will assign this parameter. Okay, cool. After that we will implement this one, insert user. Actually it is not returnable, that's why we will use only user repository dot insert, and it need entity. So where is our entity? Here, we can get from here. Okay, now we have to update as well. So update, same things we will do, user repository dot update. Okay, and it's expect entity of the users. Okay, okay, cool. Now, okay, one more method we have to implement, that one is delete user. So how we can delete it, because it is reference of user profile. So first we have to remove the user profile entity, after that we will remove the user. So need to create instance, or need to get the user profile entity. So user profile as a user profile user profile repository. Okay, dot get method. Let's expect id parameter, which will coming from delete user parameter. So this, and it will return the user profile. So we can store here over the user profile. After that we have to remove it. So how we will remove it? User profile repository can remove it with the remove method. It's expect the user profile entity, which is we have to store in this user profile. So we can assign here. After that we have to remove user entity as well as. So we have to get again the user entities look like this. So user yes, user repository dot get, it is expect id parameter of user. So we can assign from here Okay, again we have to repeat remove user repository dot remove from the user entity from here. Okay, that's fine. So all method we have implement in the I use user service class. So it's done, and just make sure all have to do is fine. Just need to rebuild the solution. Okay, okay, now you can see everything is fine. All three project library will succeed. Okay, now we create one more interface, name as user profile. User same things, public, and it is interface, so decorate with the interface. And this interface holds method signature which is accessed by the external layer for the user profile entity. Okay, so just create a user profile, just name it get user profile. Okay, just set up parameter as a long id. Okay, now we have to implement this interface in the class library, in the class. So now this user profile interface implement on a class. That class name is, just we have to create it. Just need to user profile file service. Okay, this user profile service class hold the operation for the user profile entity. So make it public first. Okay, same thing we have to do as before we have done in our user services. We have to inject our user profile repository in our constructor, user profile service constructor. So how to do that? Just create constructor. Actually, how to create a constructor with the shortcut key, you can see over here, CTOR twist tab. Okay, and we have to inject repository and user profile. Okay, just remove it, just to bring the namespace. user repository. Okay, as well as just bring the namespace of this entity, which is qa.vo.data. User profile repository. Okay, and just create dynamically property field and assign in the constructor. Okay, okay, so now you have to inherit user profile interface for the implementation. So it is generate by the dynamically with the dot period. You can put the cursor in your interface and control period, and you can choose first one. Okay, now we have to implement that user profile method. It's very simple. As before we have done, return user profile repository dot get id, which is coming from here. Okay, what happened? Okay, actually we are using this private field, so we have to use this one. So use this keyword, look like this. Okay, I think something is gone wrong. Okay, we have to use user profile service, because we have create the signature over here. User profile service. Okay, okay, it is I have observed it is wrong name convention, so we have to change here like service, because we are creating under the OA.services class library, so name as should be service, so same as it should be over here, rename as. Okay, and it's fine. Okay, now let's try once again. Oh my god. Okay, issue is here. Okay, I have it should be user profile. Okay, same as it is should be in our signature. Okay, and it's okay. Now cool. Now yeah. Okay, now I have completed the user now services layer. Okay, so now main questions comes in your mind is why we have created two user interface and two user classes, two classes, because now I have a create application which is contain only two entities like user and user profile. Suppose in the long time it will create many entities or many tables like department, role, etc., etc. So uh, according to that requirement you can create your services. Suppose you have to create a you have to new requirement, and you have to use another like department. So you have to create the department entity, and you have to mapping with the department map. After that you have to use the mapping here, only one line code after department entities, department mapping. After that you have to create a, a one interface of the department services, and that department services implement with the department services class. So so just make sure everything is fine. Just make just rebuild the solutions. Okay, that's fine. So that's it for the service library. Now we have to we will come in the next video session with the MVC, core MVC, which we will interact the this OA dot services, and we will inject these services that project, and we will create the operation CRUD operation like inside of the delete as well. Okay. Hi, my name is Karthik and you are watching my Poddar KK Tricks and Technology. Okay, so today is the last series of this onion architecture in ASP.NET Core MVC. Finally, today I will implement onion architecture in ASP.NET Core MVC, and also I will create a CRUD operation like insert, update, delete, and read. Okay, so today I will show implement of onion architecture as a demo, as well as this is a part 11, and also I will create a UI layer like oa.web layer. Okay, so I'm especially recommend before watching this video, this session, please watch my part 8, part 9, and part 10, because we are implementation final we are implementation this session part 11. So I'm especially recommend please watch, these are below links. Okay, so just I will show you demo how we will create application in ASP.NET Core MVC, and what will output that projects. Okay, so let's move in my created in a web ASP.NET web application. Actually I will create a user list. Okay, and it's have like it will bind of the list of the user. Also it will have add user functionality. So whenever you will click on the add user, so you can add like name, information of the user. So I'm just showing the demo, and also I will implement one by one and step by step. So please watch continue till the end. Okay, so first I will add something like Karthik Kumar, address Noida, and also username like kkp 123, and email kkp@gmail.com. Also I will use password like simple password, keep just create it. Okay, now it's great. Now you can see over here, user list is binding that user information. Okay, if you want another user, so you can just add like Karthik 1. Okay, Karthik 1, Kumar 1. Okay, KK like Noida 1, username Kumar@123, as well as Kumar@gmail.com. also 123. Okay, that's a simple password. Okay, now you can see over here all list is binding. Every user you can add, so it will bind automatically. Okay, also I have implement in this session, I will implement this functionality also, edit details and delete also. So I'm just seeing the edit functionality for the demo purpose. Okay, so it will, whenever you click the edit functionality, so it will populate all that particular user, you know, that particular user. Like we have a, that user like Karthik Kumar is a user, so I want to edit that Karthik Kumar user. So whenever you click on edit functionality, so it will auto populate all the information of that user Karthik Kumar. Okay, so if you want to edit, okay, something like this, so Kumar and Kumar 123. Okay, so just save it. So you can see over there first name and last name actually binding on the over the name. So first name and last name has been changed. Okay, so this edit functionality is working fine. And also I will check the details functionality. Okay, so details functionality, what will do, it will show the all the information of the users. Okay, so you can't modify over the here, but if you want to edit the information of the edit something like first name, last name or address, anything, so please click on the edit. And also I have implement these things, so don't worry, everything I will show you how to implement them, and I will how I will do that. Okay, so I just remove these things, just remove it and just save it. Okay, again you can see that information has been updated. Okay, so that's a good things. Also I will check the delete functionality. Okay, so if you want to delete of this user, so it will show you the confirmation. So if you really want to delete these things, so please you can use this button. Or if you just by default you have clicked this function, so if you don't want to delete this, so you just click on the back on list. And if you want to really delete these things, so just click on delete. So you can see over here one record has been deleted. So this all functionality I will implement in the ASP.NET Core MVC one by one, step by step. So let's start for the implementation. So I will take, okay, I will take my, okay, just a second. Okay, I will take that project. So far we are using in my part 6, parts 8, 9 and 10. So we are creating this project. So firstly you have to create a new project of BAB project like ASP.NET Core MVC. Okay, so what you will do, just add on this functionality, new project, and just create ASP.NET Core BAB. Next, and just write on this new project, like name should be like you know in a similar name like oa dot bab. Okay, just create it, this project already in this okay, okay, I think some I already have created, so don't worry, first we have to delete it. Okay, okay, test, okay, this one. Okay, so we have to delete first because I have already for the trial purpose I have deleted, I have created something. So just to delete web application and web test also, and test also we want to delete it. Okay, so I think if you create a new fresh project, so you don't have to delete these things. Okay, so okay, I have deleted everything. Okay, just rebuild here. Okay, and just create again. Okay, ASP.NET Core, just click oa.bab, see the location, it is under of that project, on an architecture, just creating. Okay, just creating, it's populating. Okay. Mhm. Okay, Okay, now you can see the ASP.NET Core. Like right now, I have latest version of Core, like ASP.NET Core 2.2. If you have version like you don't have a Core ASP.NET 2.2, so you can download a SDK of ASP.NET Core, and you can see that version also here. Okay, so over here you can see the lots of template here. Okay, Angular, React, or everything. If you select the web application, so you will see the lots of templates. So if you want to take a no, empty project without a model view controller, so you can take this one. And also you want to if you want to create the API, so you can take this template. Okay, so right now I will take web application with the model view controller. Okay, so we don't have to create no model view controller folder, so it will create a sample model view controller folder. Okay, so just remove configuration for HTTPS also and just create it. It will take some few seconds. Okay, now it's creating, and you can see over here, it's restoring the packages. NuGet or also it has already restored all the packages for dependence on this project. ASP.NET Core MVC. Okay, so now you can see we have a it is a simple the project architecture of the ASP.NET Core MVC. Simple. We have see the dependencies, properties, and web roots. It's contained all the CSS, JSS, JS, and lib folders also. Just some static files also you can put here. And also you can see the it's a concept of model view and controller. And also you can see here the application setting.json. It is a configuration file. Okay, and also you can see the program.cs. Actually it is a no, it is a console application. ASP.NET Core MVC, it is a console application. So you can over here, you can see over here now in the properties. So yeah, now right now you can see the target frame rate is what, 2.2. Also you can see the output type is a console application. Actually it is a console application. ASP.NET Core is a creating after the .NET framework. It is a create a console application. So what happened, every time whenever running your project, the first your debugger point will come here and check whatever you put here, like whatever you're hosting web builder or creating default web builder. After that it will use the startup file. What is, where is our startup file? Our startup file is in under the web project here. And what will do that startup file, and it will contain two method. First is the configuration service, and first is the configuration. Actually it is use the method to add service to the container. Okay, actually mostly all the service we have to register in the under the configuration service. Okay, and you can see another 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 method is that will use method to configure the HTTP request pipeline. Actually whole the request pipeline will comes here and take what services and what template you are using and what method you are using, and it will show by defaultly. Okay, so all the pipeline, HTTP request pipeline, will go through these methods. Okay, and all the services register under this. Okay, configuration service. Okay, so this is a architecture of this ASP.NET Core MVC, or you can say ASP.NET Core. So it is nothing is new, but something is new for in before and 4.7 framework. Okay, so don't worry if you knew about this concept like ASP.NET Core. So don't worry, I will create in separate session for ASP.NET Core. Step by step for all the videos will be available that session. Okay, so right now we will we will move the full concentrate of the how to implement a onion architecture in ASP.NET Core MVC. Okay, so I have created ASP.NET Core MVC project. So that project architecture look like this. Okay, so what we will do, first we have to add a connection string. Okay, so why we will add the connection string, because I have create entities over this two table like user and user profile. So I will store and I will create that table in the database. So that's why I have to create a connection string here. So firstly I will use I will create a connection, co connection string. Okay, actually, this configuration file, sp app setting.json is a key value pair file. Okay, actually, it is a JSON file, so that means it will, it will contain the key value pair. So this is a key. I have created key, and after I will store the value. So what value will be here? Like should be there, and also I will use connection name. Okay, this is a connection string, and under the connection string we have to declare other connection name. So you can put any name of there. So I will suggest I will suggest, or I will use like default connection. So default connection. Okay, and it is also key value pair. So key always should be like and double code, and value also should be like this. Okay, okay, so first my will first I will use the source data source. Okay, so data source, we are coming from my data source, your SQL server name, your computer name. So you can log in your SQL server. Okay, and after that you can see your data engine data server name is like this. So you can put here, and I will paste here. Okay, just separate things, and I will use which DB you want to use. So I will use initial catalog for the DB name. Initialize initial catalog. I can put any name of this. So I will my first onion architecture DB. Okay, okay, so okay, and these things first in these things. Okay, and one more thing I have to write here, that is integrated security. Integrated security. Okay, okay, just remove it so that you can see what I am writing. Security should be true. Okay, so that means we are using window authentication, not we are using the SQL authentication. That why we have put the we have put the integration security true. If you are using the SQL authentication, so remove integrated security true, and also you can put the login name and password also to SA and your password. Okay, so first step I have have done. After that I will move in the program dot css. Okay, that use in the startup file. Okay, so we will go, we have to register two methods. Two method means two two dependencies, like I have created services like I user service and I user profile. So we have to register and we have to dependent of these services. Okay, so where we can register our services already I have discussed in my startup session. So I have registered under the every service we have to register where under the configuration services. Okay, so I have registered. Okay, so services dot, my first service will be like of the connection string. So I will register my connection string in this under the configuration services. So service I will use intelligence and I will use add db context. Okay, and actually it will contain t context. Okay, so where I will where our t context, entity context, our entity context is the under the oa.repo, and this is our context file. Okay, so we have to copy here and we can paste here. Okay, also I will use the lambda expression for that get the connection string name. So I will use the lambda expression option optin option. Okay, so just a second. So option dot get connection. Okay, no, first we have to use a function like what what function you want to use, like what database you are using. So I am using like SQL server. Okay, so I will put the that method SQL server use. Actually every function is start for use, the use SQL server. Okay, and this method first we have to bring the namespace. So what namespace? Actually, yeah, using Microsoft code, and under this method use this namespace. So we have to bring first that namespace, and after that configuration we have to get the connection string. So where we can get the connection string. So configuration dot sorry sorry. Okay, so under this configuration services, where is configuration service? Configuration service, okay, not a configuration service. We will use the configuration. Okay, so just copy and paste, and under this configuration, get connection string. I just retrieve that connection, which I have created, in this one. Okay, so I will use connection string name is look like this. Okay, so just okay, so okay, we have to bring the namespace. Actually, this file, where is our this file? Our file is in oa.repo. So we have to bring that namespace. So you can just control and dot. If you press the control dot, so you can add automatically in your project, add reference oa.repo. So you can just click and you can see it is added. Okay, so okay, done. My first one more things I think. Okay, now finally I have finished. I have done connection string also. So this is we have to add for the create the connection is create the tables on with the SQL server. Also you can see use SQL. We are using use SQL. If you have like MySQL, so that time you can use my use you can use my. Okay, we have to use MySQL. Okay, you can use that method also, and it's have another namespace, so you can just bring that namespace, and you can also MySQL database. That time all the database, all the table will be created in the MySQL. Okay, so currently we are using the use SQL Server, so I will recommend please use this one. Okay, okay. Now now we have to registered one more two more things. First is we have to add you know repository, you know like dynamic dynamic repository. Okay, so we have to that repository also dependent this all two services. Okay, not for all two services, every service you have to create you will create it, so every services will dependent in this repository file. Okay, okay, so we have to register this generic repository as well. Okay, so two three things we have to register. First up, generic repository, and another is two services which is dependent of that generic repository. Okay, so I will open startup. Okay, so here I will register first in our generic repository. So what will I use? Services dot, there are, I will use add scope, add scope. Okay, add scope, and I will put I repository interface generic repository, and also you can see over here type of the service type and also the implementation type. Okay, so this is our service type, and our implementation is with the repository class. So I will use repository. Okay, okay, and actually this add scope method, we have to typecast. Without typecast you don't understand what type of you are declaring here. So we have to typecast type of. Okay, this one, and also type of. Okay, okay, so this is a service dot add scope. So what is that? Add scope. Add scope nothing. Actually, it is a service lifetimes. Okay, it is depend whatever you have add these services. So what the scope, that repository, what time it will initiate, first time it will initiate, or lifetime, all the application, whenever you close the application it will remain this object or not. So that kind of things will handle this service lifetime. How many service lifetime in the ASP.NET core. So we can say three lifetime, service lifetime, add scope and add transient, and no, third one is add singleton. Three live service, three lifetimes services we are using in ASP.NET Core. Okay, so scope lifetime, services are created once per client request. Every time one suppose one client, one client one whatever create the application. So first time only just creating these things. After that it will not creating, and it will use remaining object which is first time have been created. Okay, so I have done repository, generic repository, class interface and implementation. And also we have to add another services like services dot add singleton. It is another service lifetimes. So I will talk about I will discuss also this point. So first we have to I will use I will add interface I user service. Okay, and it's have the namespace. So first we have to bring the namespace. It is under of the OA.services, and I have added the OA.services, and it is implementation class. I will put here. You can also add singleton method. Two parameter. Expect for this overloaded method. Service type and implementation. So user service, user service. Okay, okay, okay. So we have to miss one thing here. I think not this one. I think use in the add singleton this less than greater than this method. Okay, so whenever you will add your the generic repository, you will use this syntax. And whenever you want to add your all the services, which you have created, OA dot services, I user profile or I user service or whatever I department or I classes or everything. So you have to add like this. Okay, so I just repeat. I user profile also same behavior. I user profile and user profile. Okay, just naming convention is must. Okay, I user profile. Okay, so finally I have registered all of things under the configuration services. Okay, okay. So actually, one more things, one more service lifetime is we have to discuss here. That is you can over add transient and add singleton. Okay, so actually we will use here add singleton. Why we will use this add transient? I will talk. Just give me 1 second. Transient. Okay. So the transient lifetime are created each time they are requested from the service container. It is a service container, and this lifetime work best of the lightweight. It's very lightweight for this add transient. So also it should be stateless and stateless service. It's not contain any HTTP HTTP request. Okay, so it is a stateless services. Okay, and also I have put the add is singleton. So what is that service lifetime scope? Singleton lifetime services are created the first time they are requested, or when startup.configuration service is run. Whenever is configuration services run, that time is will it will create it. And every subsequent request uses the same instance. If the app requires singleton behavior, allowing allow allowing the service container to manage the services lifetime is recommended. Don't implement the singleton design pattern and provide user code to manage the object lifetime in the class. Okay, so we have discussed the all three lifetime services. So keep in mind everything which I have discussed. Okay, so okay, now one thing we have to discuss, one thing more of this discuss, one more point to discuss in this file in a startup. I configuration. What is that I configuration? F configuration in ASP.NET Core is the base on the key value pair. That is a key value pair. So established by the configuration provider. Configuration provider read configuration data into key value pair from a variety of the configuration sources. Like it should be Azure key vault and command line argument, and also it should be in memory .NET objects. Everything. And how to use that I configuration. First you have to create a constructor of that startup file, and up just initialize the configuration. Okay, so after that you can use that configuration in your application. Also you can use that configuration in a controller. In the later on I will show you how to use configuration file in the ASP.NET Core, in a controller. So so now everything I have completed. I have registered all the services, all the generic repository and database connection also. So now we have to create a database. So right now, okay, right now I have just refresh. Okay, just I have two database. Okay, so I have create I will create I will create also my first OADB database. So I will do implement that thing. So first you have to create, we have to open a console window. So just I have opened the console window. Just clear first. First I just maybe first you have to clear these things. And okay, okay, so first you have to add migration. You know if you want to create a database in the SQL Server, so you have to use this command. Okay, so um, you know, add migration, maybe something wrong. Add migration. Okay, now so whatever you have to write, after you just press the tab, so it will automatically, it will take, like it's have, on syntax like A is capital and M is capital, so it will take automatically. Okay, so don't worry if any confusion, anything, so you can put the comments in my video session. Okay, so I will create like my first DB migration. Okay, just hit enter. If I have configure everything is on the place, so okay okay so you can see no DB context was found assembly OA.data. You know why? Because I have select OA.data. So you have to make sure before do migration, you have to, your startup, your startup project would be web application, and also your default project would be OA.repa. Why? Because under this, what is that error saying? It's saying, assembly is dot reusing and correct assembly abstract generic. Okay, so DB context not found. Why it's not found? Because OA data does not have contain any context file. Where is our context file? Our context file is, under the oa.repo, repository class library. Okay, so that's why we have to select the default project of oa.repo, and it, where is our configuration file, like asp.net app setting.json, and also I have, configuration, that services. So that's why I will, select the oa.web. Okay, just rechange configuration and just hit again and see what happened. Okay, now it's saying connection string is null. So why it's null? Just investigate. Okay, this is a default string, and just to copy here something I think we have to miss here, so we have to correct. Okay, I found out. Okay, so I have, spelling mistake for here. Connection string, connection strings. Okay, okay. Now just run command again. Okay, now you can see it has created. Okay, so once it has been created, okay, so you have to, update migration also, update database. So what command you will use, like update. Actually it is concept of now code first approach of entity framework. So don't worry if you're not aware of this thing, so please comment on my section, on my description, so I will create a code first approach in, in a create details. So database, no, sorry, update database, update database. ठीक है, okay, so just hit enter, and yeah, it's creating optional none, It will take some time. Actually, it's restoring. You can see over the here. Wow. Now you can see it's done, and you can see over the all the table script here, and it's done. Okay. So how we can verify it's creating proper. So just log in your database and just refresh now. Okay, now what my connection is thing what my DB name is, DB was name test onion DB, and under this I have two tables. Okay, user and user profile, and user profile have a no primary key, and user profile has a user have a primary key, and user profile has a foreign key relationship, which I have I have declared in the part 8 of this onion architecture session. And also it's have like migration table, how many time you will migrate, so it will manage this file also. So okay, that's fine. And okay, so now what we now I have created database successfully. So also you can see, okay, so one thing we have to discuss here. One thing you can see over here the migration folder. It's automatically created whenever you have completed your migration. So you can see all the migration script is generated, and design also. In you can see how many relationships here, so how many all these things. Okay, so so okay, now move on the next step. So first, now I have to now we proceed the controller, actually, controller. So we create controller name user controller under the controller folder of the application. So I will create a controller, the name should be user. Okay. So because we have created all service of the user, so I will create a user controller. Okay. Actually, it's restoring the packages for this controller. You know, you can see over the restore completed, and it's binding genetic code also scaffolding template creating. Okay, so just remove here. Okay, now it's creating a controller, and it's inherited by the controller. Okay, so in a ASP.NET Core, it's a new things, like in a previous, if you're talking about 4.7 of framework. So now Core have a new functionality of controller. In previous, whenever I have create in the API, so every controller has inherit with the API controller. But now if you create the MVC project, or if you create the API projects, so always will inherit with the controller, because all of services, all of the method include with this controller, base controller. Okay, so don't worry if you not about the API. So I will create in my channel in a later video. I will create API session. I will provide the API session also. So don't worry. So it has the all action result method for under the interface operation, like insert, update, delete. All will have this user controller, insert, update, delete. User can insert, user can update, user can delete, which already I have show you the with the demo in the first start that session. Okay, so don't worry about these things, I will clear one by one. So first we have to you know create a constructor of this controller. So it is a shortcut key, CTOR and twice tab. So it will create a constructor of this user controller. Okay, so I have to registered already. I had registered in the two services. So I will use these two services in my user controller. So how I will do implement these things? So let's see in a practical example. A user service, the service. Okay. So first we have to bring the namespace. It is under the namespace of using OA dot services. Okay. So we have to add OA dot services. Also, I will set up the initialize in this constructor as well as and use a private key. Okay, so you know ASP.NET Core or Visual Studio give us the it is a great functionality. It will create, you can see over here, if you want look like this, so you can use this method, or also if you want look like this, so you can use this method. Okay, so I will use this method. I have to create a private field, and also I want to use initialize of this constructor parameter. Okay, also same thing I will use in the user profile. So user profile, same things I will use for this. Okay, so the user control in which service interface are injected using constructor dependency injection. So it's called constructor dependency injection as well. Okay, so if you not aware this construct dependency injection, so don't worry, I will create a separate video for this. So we can notice that controller take the user services and user profile as a constructor parameter. Okay, and the ASP.NET Core dependency injection will take care passing instance in the services, okay, into the user controller. The controller is developed to handle operation request to both user and user profile entities. Now let's develop the user interface for the user listing, add user, add editing user, delete user, or let's see each one by one. Okay, so first I will create a list of the user list. So I will use, so first we have to create a model. That model contain the all the user property, like first name, last name, address, all the things look like uh, this entities. Okay, and this entry is only for user things, but we have to add also user profile things like username, first name, last name, password, add user, so everything. So so what I will do, I will create a model. Okay, so under the model folder I have to create a model. The model name user view model, user. This video will take some time, but I am just trying to understand so deeply. Somebody see the videos and listening my talk, and he understand everything. So that's why this video will take some time. So don't worry, if you want to learn something, so you can give the time. So user view model. So that model, what property will contain, like user property as well as user profile property. Okay, so I'm just waste of time. I just keep copy and just where is our user model, and just paste here. Also I will copy these things, addresses, and paste here. Okay, so my first name, this first name, last name, and also I will create a ID. Okay, so if you want to create the property via the shortcut key, so Visual Studio provide a no, great functionality. Like if you use prop, or you can use only pro and press the twist tab, so it will create like sample property like integer or your property name. So my property type would be integer, and not integer because uh, in my my ID is like integer in the here integer. So yeah, we can put integer also. Okay, so you can put integer, and you can, okay, we can put integer, and I will use ID. Okay, so ID, first name, last name, address, first name, last name, address, and also I will add another field like which I have missed, add time, date, time. Okay, okay, so last name, address, username, last name, password, address, add name. Okay, so all the properties I have set here in the model folder, in the model class. So, and one more thing I have to add, some property, if you want to hide some property, so you can use a attribute that name is hidden input. Okay, so that hidden input bring the namespace of the user ASP.NET Core MVC. So first of the bring the namespace user Microsoft ASP.NET Core MVC. Okay, and also you can modify the some property like like you know if you want to display your form, so that time it will show the username. So if you want your name like like different type, so you can use this attribute also. So display and bring the namespace. It is under the system dot component model data annotation. Okay, so it's have done lots of parameter here. So I will put name, you know here's the name. You can see here the name, order, group name, everything you can set here. So I will use name equal, I will use user name. Okay, so every time I will use this model in our in our view, in the view folder. So view, in a view, so you can see or you can change the name according to you. Okay, so we don't require without spacing username. So I can use according to my requirement. Okay, so same thing I will apply for the all property. So also um, email is a right things, and first name also I will use for the first name. So first name, also I will use for last name. Okay, so I think it is enough. Okay, I think it is enough. Okay, so now we have created action method that return view model, and now I have to create action. Will just save all of things, your changes, and go to controller, user controller. Now, we have to create a view of this user list. So what you can create separately, you know under this views folder. You can create user folder, and under this user folder you can add a CSTML file, and you can create. So interest of time, you can do shortcut key, like you can use the add view. Okay, so it will generate automatically your view under this user folder and this action. Okay, so like name should be index, it's okay. And your model, like which model template you want, like we want to create a list. Okay, so you have to select the template of the list. And also you can bind your model, like so I have created a view model, user view model. So I will bind that view model. So where is view model is under of the web.models. So you can select here and use default configuration, use the layout or also reference script library. So just add these things. It will take some time, so don't worry. Okay, now it says created. Okay, so it said created the model. So I have implement the action method also for this user controller. Okay, so what action method I have to implement? Okay, so first I have to retrieve a list of the users. Okay, so how we will implement the thing? So first I have create a list of user model, user view model. Okay, it is under of the web model. And just create a model and new user model. Okay, first you have to create a list. After that you have to user, or you can say this dot user service and get user. Okay, so there here is our generic, you can see the enumerable user is have a get user methods. Okay, so I will use that get user method. Okay, so it will return all the user, all the user list, and just convert in the list to list. Okay, and what I will do, every user have a profile. Okay, so already I have a create on our database. So you can see over here every user have a foreign key. That means every user have a primary key and user profile is a foreign key, like user name, anything, name. So it's name, according to name it's have like property like first name, last name, address. So what I will do, I will use link you function for each. So I will retrieve every user profile. So how we will do that? So use for each lambda expression, and just create, okay, just create a user profile and just user view model. Okay, sorry, user profile. Just get of the user profile service. You also use this keyword because I have created a user profile service. Okay, user profile service dot get user profile, single record. We have to get the single record particular that user. Okay, so I will use get user profile. So it's contain ID. So we are coming from that ID. It ID will come like this expression object u dot id. Okay, and it will what it will returning, it will returning like data dot user profile. Okay, so I will use user profile. Okay, sorry, user profile as an entity. Okay, we have to bring the namespace qa.data and user profile. Okay, something, I think something is wrong. Okay, something is wrong means okay. I think something is wrong. Okay, I think I have missed the curly bracket, and that curly bracket comes under the end line. Okay, we have to decorate first because it's confusing. Okay, now you can see I have get the user profile in this object. Okay, user profile. Now I have to bind the user model, the all the list as a model. Okay, in the list. So we have to create user model, user view model, and the user view model is now like user equal to new user model. Okay, id equal u dot id. Okay, name. Okay, I have missed the name in my you know my model, so first I have put the name. Okay, just go to definition, this one, and I just put the name property also here. That will contain first name and last name both. Okay, so I will put the name and I just remove this property. Okay, so just come back, name equal to like first name and last name, and I will use this functionality. User profile dot first name and last name, user profile dot last name. Okay, so this is a new functionality in the C sharp. You can concatenate two string look like this with the dollar sign. We don't have create like string dot format methods, or like we have to pass the argument, so we don't have to worry about these things. Just simply you have put this all the methods. If you're not aware this C sharp concept, so don't worry, I will create a separate session for this. Also I will bind the email u dot email. Okay, and also I will bind address address property u dot address not address address property does not contain, okay, does not contain of this, it will contain user profile like under of these things, not a, okay. So I will wind from here user address, yeah, this one. Okay, so finally email, I think something wrong here. Okay, email. So finally I have wind user. Okay, so this user will be push the list. Okay, so model dot model is here, the model that means our list. So I will add all the object one by one, so that's why I use the for each function. So one by one it will get and retrieve and just add in the list. Okay, so that is a very simple straightforward code. And just use the that user. Okay, so I have added, and I will just pass that model over the here. Okay, I have something wrong. Okay, just pass model over here. Okay, now I have created for the list of user module user list. So when the application run and call the index action method from the user control, which are the HTTP requests, it get all the user list. Okay, so just first I just build all the solution and just see how's working. Build all the solution. Okay, one by one I will create it, and one by one I will show you how to look like, or what our output like should be appear. Okay, so just run this application because I have already created the view. Okay, just remove. Okay, now I have created, and if I will go the user control and index, now you can see over here all the properties. And here is an any no no list here, because in our database has empty, because I have not add any user information. So I will use next functionality for this create new user. Whenever I will create, so it will pop up it will create give a as a user registration form, and I will add all the information about the user. After submitting, you can see the user list. Okay, so let's start for the implementation of add user. So first what we have to do, okay, so while hit this way like user controller and index, so I will create navigation bar. Whenever I will create whenever I will click the user navigation, so I can reach that page. So for this, what we will do, you know I will do add a navigation like in our okay, view shared, you know, our page is home index, not a home index, we have to reach a layout, under the layout, not layout, I think so. Yes, yes, you can see, two navigation bar. So I will put the another navigation, so copy and paste, and you have to, we are using, you can see it is a new things, ESP dash controller. What is that? It is a new things of ASP.NET Core. Actually it is a tag helper. While we are using, in previous MVC we are using, at the rate HTML dot action link, or at the rate action dot redirect to page. So that all of things will handle, like, no, currently, if you have to set the home, if you set the controller and action, so it will redirect and reach the that page. Okay, so for example, my controller name is user, and my action name is, my list page name is index. So I just put here, save here, build here. Okay, no need to build because I already, debug mode. So I think it will appear if you refresh. Okay, we have to change the name as well. So where is our name? Privacy. So here I will set the user list. Okay, or you can space users. Okay, and just refresh it. Okay, now you can see user, and whenever you will click in this navbar. Oh wow, that's great. You can see over the user list here. Okay, so now we have to move to implementation, create new, because right now we will create on this, nothing happened because I haven't, generate anything for this controller or action anything. So just implement, just first off stop this these things. Okay, go to user controller. Okay, so so first we have to add, public action result. I will create, method, and that name would be add user. Okay, because whenever user will click on the add user, so, and it will decorate with the http get request, because it is a guest request. First time as a, page will appear, and after that you will put the all information and send the post request. It will go to the server and, save all the information and get back to the index page. So basically this add user, behavior look like this, and http http get. Okay, so okay, so this get method return the add user, add user form, registration form. So we have to add a model. So user view model, where is our model class? User view model is a model equal to new view model. Okay, and just return is a view as a model. Okay, we have to pass that model so that all the property be available there. Okay, so also, the get request for the add user action method, return add user view under the user folder of the view. under folder of the you can over here, you know, currently we have only the index method. So whenever I will create, you know, as a, you know, HTML CSTML class, so just wait, just we have to add user, and template should be, you know, what type of template, because we will create a, you know, insert functionality. So I will create template and model as a, you know, our view model. Okay, so just add on and it will create. Okay, now you can see over here, you know, all the user property, you know, all the that user model have property, all the property has created. Okay, so I just want to show only those property which we have to insert it. Okay, so I don't want required add functionality, add property. So I will remove it. You know, I need I don't require also the name property because it is a concatenate property like first name and last name, so I don't require that. I need username. Okay, so I need email address, I need password, and I need first name, last name, and also I need addresses. Okay, I don't need required also no add user function. So okay, so currently our user model, you know, user view model, add user view model has created successfully. Also I have, it is a you know, get request, and also I will create for post request. You know, actually I have you know, I have create a, you know, submit button. So whenever I will put the submit button, I will click on the submit button, it will generate a post request. So where is our post request will created in user controller, you know, the same method we will create for the post. Okay, so just copy and paste here. Just http post http post method. Okay, so and http post method actually have a, you know, it's contain the user model, user view model. User view model is a model. Okay, and we have to remove these things because we will implement in the from the scratch. Okay, and now you know, this model, what we'll do, you know, this model, you know, from the form model, actually it is a form model. You can see here over the binding all the model, you know, all the property, you know, it will send the post request, and that post request will go to database and it will insert it, you know, particular user and user profile. So we have to create you know, as an entity of this model. So how we'll do that? We have to create user entity, user entity. Okay, user entity. Okay, user entity, new user. You know, it's have now all entities. You know, it is a class of the user. You know, where is our class? This class is our data dot OA dot data folder, or data object. You know, it's the contain all the three properties behalf of the user profile. Okay, so just come back in the user controller and just username. I will pass the username as a, where will come the username, it will come from the, you know, model binding. Okay, so we put the model dot username. Same I will use for the email also. Email model dot email. Same things we will do for password. Model dot password. And add the date. Actually a table have that user table have by default, like I will just show you. Okay, just table, user table have, these are four properties, like, one, two, three, six, seven properties, So these are property, coming from the model binding, like username, model, email, and password. But modify date and edit date, it will generate automatically. Currently, whenever the entity, inserted in the database, then that time we have to generate current date or time. So current data time, how to get the current data time? So it is a .NET functionality, date date time dot UTC. I will use the UTC, or you can use the current date, like you date time dot now. Also you can use the date time dot now. So okay, now I will use the date time dot now. Okay, whenever you will create real application, so that time I'm especially recommend to you, please use datetime dot UTC, because that is a UTC time. And after that you can convert any of the environment. Okay, so same thing I will do for the modify date time dot now. Just copy paste, just for fast coding. And also I will put the IP addresses, and IP addresses where will coming, you can get the requested dot http context class dot connections dot remote IP addresses dot to string. Actually it is a we can get this class is this property IP addresses, but actually our IP address is no string property. That's why we have to convert in the to string. Okay, so that's it. We have create a now user entity model, user entity. And also we have to pass user have profile. So we have to create user entity as well as user profile. So same thing we have to create for user profile. So how we can create? So again we have to create a user profile model for the same things, like we can set the name of user profile equal to new user profile. Okay, because user entity have like a, navigation property, so that's why we can generate all the entities for the user and user profile. So it's have first name we are coming from model dot first name, and last name coming from model dot last name. And addresses address address coming also model dot addresses. And also it's have same property, like these three property. So I just copy and paste here because it's a similar property. Okay, so you can see over here, add, modify IP address and ID. It is similar property for the all the table. If you not aware this thing, so please watch my part 8. I have created OA dot data. So I have I have described all of things why I have created common property for all the properties, all the tables. Okay, so I have created user entity, and I just put that code. Okay, I just send to this entity in our user services. So how to do that? Okay, just remove that. Okay, just use this dot user. Where is our add user functionality? Our add user functionality under the user services. We are, what is the user services? User service nothing but we have injecting that services, and that user service have now all the now add, update, insert, delete everything. I have created. If you not aware these things, I know how to create a services. So please, I especially recommend, please watch my part 9 of this series. Okay, part 9, sorry, part 10. Okay, so don't worry. So I will add user, this service. Okay, sorry, I forget that name. Insert user, actually I have created insert user, and insert user expect entities of the data dot user. So I have created, it is a data dot user entity. So I will just pass that property, the model, and and okay, and I will check if this dot user service dot, okay, no, okay, whenever I will pass, so I will check if it's successfully inserted, so that time entity that entity return of ID. Okay, so where is our ID? Okay, that entity have a ID. So it ID greater than 0, that means inserted successfully. Okay, so return to return to redirect direct to action. Okay, so which action? Our user list. User list action. What the user list action name is? Index. So I put in the index. Actually, you can see over here is our user list action name is index. So whenever it's completed, inserted successfully, so that time it will redirect to index action. Okay, if anything is wrong, so it will redirect to our add user page. Okay, so now it's completed, and also I have created for like our our add user page also. So now I have to run is and see what happened. Actually, we have to see, first we have to build these things and build. Okay, okay, now we have build and build succeed. So before run this application, we have to change something. If you remember, I have created a user control list and as a indexed page. So suppose go to, okay, you know this page, all the model binding will bind by the for each loop. So if a result 3 to 5 or 10, so every model, it will model contain list, and every model will bind for each according to. Okay, so this it have it have like a, a create link, like add user link. So it have action, what action will redirect to this page, create. But right now I have created add user. So we have to change that create to add user. So please change this add user. Okay, it is action name. Also you can put esp 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 slash action controller name. Okay, so you can put also user controller. Okay, we can redirect to user and add user functionality. Okay, so we have done and just run it and let's see how functionality is working or not. Let's see. Okay, okay, so currently I can see uh, just see the how many records in our table so that make sure our inserted is working successful correctly or not. Select star from this user. Okay, from okay, I think we have another database like okay, we have our database name is first db, so we have to change my first db and if I want to see, okay, there is no records. Okay, so what is my another table name is user profile. So select star from this and we will execute both query. Okay, now we can see here is no any data. So just run our application and what I see, okay, now I have running my application and just redirect to user page. User page does not have any data, so I have create new. So click on the create. Okay, wow, great. Now you can see all the list, all the model here, and I just create example like how is working. Karthik Podar, password 123, first name KK, PP, address Noida, and just create it. Oh wow, now you can see over here, it's created, but some properties are missing, like id has created, but we don't declare this property. Okay, okay, let's investigate why it's not populating all the property. Okay, okay, so let's come in the code. Okay, okay, so okay, one thing, just remove the debugger, just remove this property. Also I want to username, yes, email address, don't record the email address. Oh, okay, record the email address, don't record the password because you don't want to see the password. First name is okay, last name edit, not this record. Okay, so I want to show these five properties, username, email, first name, last name. Okay, so also I have removed for the binding also, username, email, password not required, and first name, last name, address, all in this also not required. Okay, so okay, and also I want to see why it's not populating because our database. Let's check in the database. Okay, now in the database you can see every property has submitted. Every property has a value. First name, email address, but here is not binding. Why it's not binding, is not populating. So let's investigate why it's not populating. Okay, so I think here something, okay, I have only binding the property name, email and addresses. Okay, three property I have binded, so that's why only three property will be visible. So I just change, I have to just change that three property. Okay, what name, email and addresses. Okay, so name, email and addresses. Where is our name, email and addresses? Okay, name, email, address. Okay, where is our index page? Yeah, this is our index page. Name, email and addresses. Okay, so just change username to name. Okay, name, email and addresses. Okay, three properties are required because I have binding. If you want more property, if you want to binding, so just clear declare here, so that after that it will populate from here. So name, email and addresses. Okay, so I don't require these things. Okay, okay, just build and run. Okay, just click user. Okay, now you can see, name has a first name and last name concatenated folder, concatenated name, and email address. Email address is a this, and addresses is node. Actually, I put the wrong email address. Okay, so we have to implement also validation. So don't worry, I'll show you how to take care of this of things. Okay, so now, okay, I have create functionality has been successfully. Now I will implement edit details and details and delete as well. Okay, so let's start for edit functionality. So so to pass the data from UI controller to edit a user, use same view model named as a user view model. We have to create a edit user method or action controller which will return view to edit user. Okay, so just stop debugging and go to the user control. Okay, and okay, we have to write edit view page. Okay, so edit have a view which is return the all the user information. Okay, bind it first. After that you can change any property and submit to the database, submit to the request, and that request updating your user information. Okay, so first I will create http 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 get and public action method action result, edit user. It's edit user, the parameters would be nullable and id, because whenever send a request for the edit user, it will contain a id parameter, particular, which user you want to add it. So that's why that id will pass that edit request. Okay, so again I will populate the user view model is a model. Okay, new view model. Okay, if we will check first if id dot has a hash value. It means it will contain any value. Okay, and if id dot it's no it not equal to 0, so just check if if not null your id. So that time what we will do, we will bind the user with the user entity and this dot user service. Okay, we will get some user information, a particular user information based on the ID. So our all the information we are have contained in our which services, user services have all the user insert, update, delete. You can perform anything for this user service. So is this user service have method get user. So that get user what will return, it will return the user entity. Okay, only single user entity. So this user this method expect id parameter, so it will come from here. And okay, so okay, 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 actually it will contain long like not nullable. So okay, so not nullable, so please remove these things. If you want to not nullable, so you have to also this method, you make sure you have to create not nullable property from also get user methods. Okay, so that is very simple, you can do that yourself. Okay, so now I have to bind the user profile entity as well. The already I said already previous I had discussed, if you want to user information, so user information have user profile foreign key relationship. So that's why user profile entity, user profile of user profile entity equal to this dot user profile service dot get user profile also contain id, user id. So now I have user entity also, I have user profile entity also. We get all the both entities. Now I have to bind a model. Where is our model? In model, this is model folder. Okay, so if you remove your nullable property, so don't require this code, so you can remove it. Okay, so model dot first name, where it will come first name, user entity, first name will come, I think, user profile entity, then profile entity dot first name. Okay, and model dot last name, that also come user profile entity dot last name. Okay, model dot address, where is it? It's also user profile entity dot address, and one more model we have to bind, that is model dot email, and that is under of the user entity dot email. Okay, now actually, for example, I have I have set the four models for property, but if you required more property, so you can add more property here. Okay, and I'm just you know all the property is binding. So after that, I will just return view, and that view you know name of end user. Okay, okay, with the binding of model. Okay, okay, okay. Suppose user. Okay, what happened? Okay, suppose user request sent to the edit user controller action method. So if first he will check id is contain or not. If it's contain, so it will populate all the user information, and then retrieve and view in the view this view, edit user view. If suppose that is does not have any does not contain any id, so that time only just bind blank model, that's that form. Okay, so okay, it is HTTP GET request, because whenever user click and see, okay, this information of the users for the edit for the editing, but after after seeing the editing all the information, we want to create the post request for the changing request for the we can see for the change. Suppose I want to change your first name, so that time I have to send to the request in the server, like HTTP server. Okay, so that time I have to create post request. So so that time what we will do, I will create same method as a post method. Okay, copy, paste, and decorate with the post. Okay, and that time actually suppose user request for the editing user, so it will get model, and after getting the model we have to post request with the model. Okay, so we want to change any entity of this model, so we have to send user model as a model. Okay, and we have to we have to change some code here, just remove here. Okay, just get, again we have to get the user entity. So first we have to get the user entity, and you know user entity. Okay, and service entity as well, and and that time we can get from id in the model, in the model within the model. Okay, so model have, I think, naming convention is very important. So we have to create these things. Okay, okay. So we have to bind same thing. So first I have to bind user entity, model, user entity model. Same like we, as before we have we have create like this. Okay, so for the post request we have to add those those field which we have to modify. So suppose I have to show the all three for the properties. So I want to change these four properties. Okay, so three properties is the under of the user entities and one property is under of the user profile. Oh, sorry, email is contained in user entity and other three ones is contained in the user profile. So I just user entity, I will set user entity dot email equal to model dot email. Okay, so I have set the email, and also I will set user entity dot address add date and modify date. As previous I already discussed about these things, and this time always new date should be there. Okay, okay, not created date because we have not creating, actually we are modifying. So I will I will send the modify date and modify current date time. So date time dot now. Okay, same as it is we have to done in the three property like first name, last name and addresses, and also modify. Okay, so and also actually some other PCs send the request, so we have to maintain IP address all as well. Okay, so just copy here and just paste here, and user have this property. Okay, okay, so same thing we will do for this. Okay, so user profile first name, user profile first name is a model dot first name, and last name model dot last name. Also one more property is addresses. Okay, so user profile entity dot address, it will contain model dot address. Okay, and two more properties we have to use like this. Okay, just remove here and this semicolon, we will use semicolon. Okay, now we have to change entity names, so now it is content of the user profile. Okay, and finally I have to I have to use the service that all also I use in previous for inserting. So we have method for the update, for update service also. So user service dot you update user. Okay, so I want to update the user, and update user expect the entity of the user entity. Okay, so So I will put user entity here. Okay. Okay, one more thing I have miss here. So user entity have profile, user profile. So actually we have set the user profile entity from the user model. Okay, so we have to set also user entity. So how can do that? Just user entity dot user profile, these things, and it will assign of the user all the user entity which I have bind from the model view model. Okay, so now I have completed. Okay, same things I have to checked if is successfully updated, so it will return id, increase the id. Okay, so how to check? If user entity dot id greater than 0, then return to redirect to action, redirect to action, direct to action, index page means it is a user list page. Okay, so save it, and if not success, so just return your edit page also, you know any issue, so it will occurring in that page also. Okay, so just we have to create now now we have to create user edit user view. So how we can create it? So just add edit. Okay, edit these things, add view. Okay, edit user, and we will select the template of the edit, and model will be user view model, and just add now. It will generate auto template. Okay, and we will remove the unnecessary properties from that edit template. So give me a second. Okay, so you can see it's a binding model, and I have only just few properties, like from you can see the edit, get request, how many properties we have binding, four properties: first name, last name, address or email. So those four property I will bind from there. Okay, so just so I will remove here, I will remove also id, first name, last name and email. We will remove also this one, first name, last name and address, and we will remove also this one. Okay, so yeah, now I have successfully create edit functionality. So before running this application, just execute and build is success or not, just checked. Okay, will succeed, just execute this function. uh, okay, from here. Okay, now user. Okay, previously I have checked, create functionality is working fine. Now I have to check now edit functionality is working or not. So just click on the edit functionality. Okay, now whenever I click the edit functionality is not working. It is redirect and reload again this page. Okay, so what will happen? So let's see investigation. Let's do the investigation. Okay, so first we have to go to index page. Actually, it is the index page of the user. Okay, so it's not showing, but it is a index page. And okay, now you can see I have not passed any ID parameter of the like for example, I just first of all will remove all the documents, close all, but not this. Okay, okay, so first we have to look user control, and user control have it's contain ID parameter. That's why it's not binding, because it does not contain anything and not come here. So we have to okay, we have to go first index page of the user. So where is our index page? Here is the index page, and we have to this we have to correct only these things, and we have to bind a ID. Okay, okay, okay. And one more thing we have to change here. Actually, here is no edit and edit. What is this action link? This is action name and controller name. So action name and controller name. What is our action name is what? Our action name is edit user. Okay, so we have to put the edit user. Okay, okay, so let's refresh again and let's check it's working or not. Okay, let's check. Wow, now it's populating everything, email address and let's see. It's it is a get request. Actually, it is a get request. Now whenever I will submit, it will create a post request, and it will go to the server, and it's submit all the model which we will send from this user, and it will update it. Okay, so just I have changed Podar 123 and KK 123 and save it. Wow, that's great. Now you can see I can change here. Okay, okay, now left two things we have to implement it, details and delete. Okay, so let's move to first we have to we will implement for the delete functionality. So same thing we will do, we will create get functionality and post functionality. Okay, so before going to this, first we have to change, first stop the debugging and delete user. First we have to you know we have to create action, so that name would be delete user, and also ID parameter will come from ID. Okay, that's great. Okay, okay, so first we have to create a get method for the delete. So just copy and paste, and just name is delete user, and it's also expect ID parameter, and ID is if okay, so we don't require much more information, so just remove it. Actually it will come for the delete confirmation page, and it will show first name and last name. It will show the particular user, and it will says a confirmation, yes, are you sure want to delete it? So that's why we are creating a get request. Okay, so just remove all of things. Okay, and so create a delete user. Okay, and a model. Okay, now I have created delete user. Okay, so user model, user model will bind first name and last name. Okay, so it's fine, first name and last name. Okay, okay, now same things we will do for the post request. Okay, so post request is very similar to these things. So just copy. Okay, just change the HTTP bar with the post, and delete user with the ID of this. Okay, so what we will do actually, okay, so we have created duplicate action. So one thing we have to change here, same name, same action name, we can't create one controller. So we have to change different parameter. So what I will do, I will just change as a long. Okay, why I will change long, just I will tell you. Just a second, just remove here. This dot user service have delete functionality, delete user, and that delete user have long. So that's why I will create as a post method as a long. Okay, so I just put here. Okay, and I will return to the redirect whenever delete has been successful. So redirect to action, our user detail page. So where is our user detail page? Index is a have a user detail page. Okay, so the get the get request for the delete user action method return the delete user view in the confirmation. Okay, and now we have no we have create delete user view also. Actually I have not create, I think. Okay, so now we have to create a delete view user. So how to create? Add view, delete, and delete, and just binding the bind the model. Okay, bind the model. Where is our model? Okay, service view model. Service view model. Okay, this is a model and just created. It will take time. Okay, okay, let's remove unwanted property. Actually you know I will populate only this two property. Okay, if you want more property, so you can just put here and set over here. Okay, so I will remove ID parameter, name, user, username, email. Okay, password, also password. Okay, I need first name and last name also. Okay, I need required only two things. So just remove these things also. Okay, control D. So proper set these things, and you can see it's have HTML helper tag also we have used for whenever we will submit submit this form, it will redirect to action page of delete user. Okay, so finally I have completed delete function also. So just run and see what happened. Okay, so I think it will also will work. Hmm. Okay, click on user and I just want to delete this user. Okay, so just click delete. Okay, we have the functionality of the confirmation. So if you want to delete, so delete, and if you first we have to check backlist is working. Okay, backlist is working, so delete and delete. Wow, now we can see record has been deleted. Okay, so that great things and that are good things implementation has been done. Okay, so the final functionality we will implement details view details action also. So just create a details method. Oh no, it's have only get functionality. It is not post request. It's have only the get request. So we will create only just get request. Details user. We will put in the details user. Okay, and we will get all the entities like for the edit user. I think I use, okay, look like this. Okay, so just copy. Okay, just copy of the same of edit user. Just copy and paste here. Okay, okay, and detail user comes only for ID, and we will create a model. And first I will check if id parameter is exist not equal to 0, is the less than of 0. So what we'll do, we will get the user entities, and that user entities and user entities and user profile entities, and both we will bind our details view. And details views I will bind for not I will bind sixth parameter like id as well as id. So just model dot id equal to where it will come user entity dot id. Okay, and also I will use email id, first name last name address email and username. Model dot username equal to user entity. You can set according to you, because it is an example. For this example I am using 4 to 5 properties, but according to you, you can set 5 properties, 10 properties, as per the requirement. So user entity dot username. Okay, okay, that's it. So, and I will return the model, only just model, because it this method does not have any post method. So that's why I will not create any redirect to any other actions. So details have been finished, detail functionality has been done, and I just create add view. Okay, detail user and details user, actually details user and details, and just bind model class. As previous I have already described these things. So model class detail and just add. Okay, so we have to remove unwanted property here, like I have ID, name property. I don't require name property. Okay, username, email, password also not required. So I will remove this password also. First name, last name, and address, add user also I want to remove here. Okay, actually it is a very simple HTML. Just set the property dt to label and values. Okay, so I have implement. Okay, and also actually how, okay, so actually this detail view have one more link. If you want edit this particular user, so you can also do that. So how can implement these things? So you just set you can set id property here, and also you can use that action method. Which action method? Edit user action method, which we have already edit user method, yeah, this one. Okay, so whenever user click on that action link, user redirect to edit user functionality action. Okay, so okay, one more thing we have to change on the index HTML. Details does not have this action method. We have for the details action, what the name of them, our details action method, details user. So just copy and replace the action name of details user and set our item dot id. So finally I have implement all the functionality. Just run build, just build it, check if any error there. No, it is build succeed, and run our application. Okay, so finally I have implement all the you know all the functionality like insert, update, delete and read. So let's check in the database also. Our database have any entities, any user information. Here is a no any information. Okay, so let insert first. Okay, you know first name look like YouTube, and YouTube at the rate gmail.com. Password you can set over things, and first name KKP, and Podar, and address Noida. Okay, just create. Wow, now you can see we have to add the user. And if you want to edit, so you can just click, and I want to kkp2 kkp123 and Podar 123. Save it. Wow, you can see it's have changed for the edit user. And also I can see the details. Okay, I can see the particular user details over here with the user details functionality. So it's working correctly. And now I can also I can use the edit functionality here. I just put the edit and I just remove 123 and just 123. Now it's working fine. And also I just check, I want to check it delete functionality is working or not. Okay, so wow, it's now deleted. Okay, so what we have to cover in this session, I have covered all the ASP.NET Core MVC CRUD operation, also implement onion architecture. Okay, so So please keep watching and subscribe my channel, and thank you.